At this time, we're going to go ahead and start calling up the first class. First class of beginning lightweight barrows to the holding area. Adler Organ, Austin McCoy, Liam Busenbark, Riley Neely, Mila Hancock, and Warner Hopkins. I'd like to introduce our judge today. We have Brett Goff from Marion, Indiana. Brett's a graduate of Purdue University with an animal science degree. He was on the Purdue University livestock judging team. He's currently the president of MVP Nutrition, LLC, which in this company's main emphasis is providing nutrition and services for larger independent commercial swine operations in Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. Currently, he owns and operates Goff Select Swine Genetics in Marion, Indiana. Their focus is on selling Duroc, Yorkshire, and crossbred foundation females and boars and show pigs. His wife, Christina, is a 4-H youth agent in Grant County, Indiana. They have 2 daughters, Kristen, who is 17 years old, and Courtney, who is 15. Both are currently very involved in 4-H and showing pigs throughout the state and nationally. At this time, we need the second class of beginning lightweight barrows to the holding area. Max Jeffries, Aubrey Adams, Hagen Jeffrey, Kaysen Travis, Andrew Yergin.
Well, it's good to be back again for another great day to work with all your kids. I thought last night and yesterday and all day last night, I know I thought about it, and you really do. Truly great kids. They all had great attitudes, and I really appreciated working with them. And I look forward to, again, working with them today because, as I stated in the beginning of the show yesterday, that's the most important thing. And we want to keep that in mind, and we talk about that continuously. It's no matter where you place first or last, it's the experience these kids get. And I don't mind saying that again because it's very, very important. So, again, on the Barrow Show, what I'm looking for, I told you about in terms of gilts, but I hope you can follow some of my pattern. It's very similar in gilts, but now we're talking about we want probably more expression of muscle because we're dealing with a market Barrow Show. So we're going to be looking for things, but we don't want them outside themselves. We want them comfortable. We want them sound. We want still the balance that we talked about in females, but we are looking for higher amount of muscle that can handle it appropriately and do the right things in terms of, again, a balanced package. So we're going to start off right here with the Barrow. I think a nice one to start with, the young man right here in the red and blue shirt. Give him a nice round of applause as we start our Barrow Show. Here's one as I just described. You look at the balance he has from the side. He's good on his feet and legs. He's adequate in his bone, especially for the age that this Barrow is. He comes at you adequately in terms of his base width. He's good in terms of his foot and size of his bone, and a nice Barrow again to start the class. The Barrow here in second's a little bigger skeleton. Where I change him as he comes right at you in terms of his knee. We got to open him up there at the knee than the Barrow we started with, but still a very attractive, good design kind of a Barrow. The Barrow coming out next, the young man, is the one that is probably bigger from his stifle all the way down to his foot size. But if you study him right there, he doesn't balance up right as good right behind the blade and up over the top line. You'd like to give him a little more expression in terms of true expression than the Barrows we had up on top. As we round out the class, again, these kids did a nice job coming in here and presenting their animals. We just need to give these pigs more look and some more muscle shape. Congratulations, we start to all these first kids in this first introductory class.
At this time, we need the third class of beginning lightweight Barrows to the holding area. Creed Shields, Kobe Collum, Laney Bryant, and Eli C. The first class of beginning lightweight Barrows, first place goes to Liam Busenbark, second, Warner Hopkins, third, Riley Neely, fourth, Austin McCoy, and fifth, Adler Oregon.
Well, another nice introductory kids here coming out. As I stated yesterday, this is your future. This is where they're getting their good experience, and it's great to get a class winner that, but it's also just as important as the others are coming in here and competing. I think this one wins it real nicely for me. You study him, he's real tall at the point of the shoulder. You get behind him, he's truly square. You look at where that tail head, and then you get up on top of him. He's got tremendous spread to his top. He's really correct how his blade's working in him. I think a really nice, balanced kind of a bear to win this class. The bear in second is still got the muscle shape and mass. If you see him, he's a little shorter in his stride. He's not as heavy in his structure. Need to clean him up in that front two-thirds. We got to get him out here and move him more to compete with this outstanding bear up on top. The young man's bear here in third is one that doesn't have the muscle shape. He's got good design. He's good length of body. You got to give him also, you get behind him and more in the seat of his pants. You got to drop it into more stifle muscle than the bears on top of the class. When we round out the class with two fine individuals, we got the white peering Chester bear that we just got to get out here and free up and get more athletic. Then we got the Hereford type appearing bear that's a little more over conditioned for me and a little early and mature in this particular drive. Another great set of exhibitors.
First place goes to Hagen Jeffrey. Second, Kaysen Travis. Third, Andrew Yergin. Fourth, Max Jeffries. Fifth, Aubrey Adams.
Well, tonight a nice group of, again, introductory kids out here. And I told this boy, I said, he's really driving this bear really nice. He's done a nice job. And certainly the bear doesn't disappoint me either. I think he wins this class pretty easily. Boy, you get in front of this guy. He's still got some extension up through his front. He's really opened up there the blade. You get behind him. He doesn't disappoint me. Ever so slightly, a few inches there on his right hock. You might want to change the placement. But again, from a design standpoint, and still handling the muscle extremely well, this Barrow does it. A nicely designed, again, Barrow here in second. He doesn't have near the spread up through his top, and he also wants to get a little pigeon-toed coming at me and narrow at the knee. But you get behind him, he's satisfactory and still compliant for me in this class, and still meets and follows up the Barrow here in first quite well. The Becca Barrow next coming out is another one that probably doesn't look quite his prime. The young man, unfortunately, didn't get a drive on him, but I seen him and certainly enough. He's a little more narrower chested than the two pigs that we had on top of him. We also want to change him there in terms of where those hind legs land on the backside as he's going away. As we round out on that particular class, we get in hogs again that just need more muscle shape and mass there to compete up on the top end. Again, another nice set of exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place goes to Eli C. Second, Laney Bryant. Third, Creed Chills. Fourth, Kobe Collum. At this time, we're going to show for beginning lightweight champion Barrow.
Well, out here for your champion lightweight introductory. Give again the kids and all the kids that came in here and showed a big nice round of applause. They did, again, an excellent job, and we really appreciate them coming out and competing. I think there's we got some different weight ranges, and I got to keep that in mind because whoever this individual gets to come back out for the champion drive, so I want to keep weight in perspective. We are in a market Barrow show, so certainly we got to keep that in mind. And I think there's one that does it in terms of just total mass, total volume, and it's 12 o'clock today as far as if we get back out here in the champion drive. The young man right here, he'll have your champion lightweight.
At this time, we need the first class of beginning heavyweight barrows to the holding area. Max Jeffries, Warner Hopkins, Hagen Jeffrey, Creed Shields, Amelia Chapman, and Brogan Griffin.
We bring the one that was second in the class. We talked about him. Where we'd like to change is right there. He wants to get a little narrow at you, but boy, you still like his design and length of neck. You get behind him, he doesn't disappoint. But the one that suits me the best is the young man right over there with the belt. And this is still, if he had a little more back behind in his lower center part of his ham, I think he could have competed a little harder. Still a nice Barrow. He'll be a reserve. Congratulations to him.
Champion beginning lightweight barrow goes to Eli C. Trophy sponsored by Woods Brothers Show Pigs. Reserve champion beginning lightweight barrow goes to Hagen Jeffrey. Trophy sponsored by John and Jamie Rollison and family. At this time, we need the second class of beginning heavyweight barrows to the holding area. Julia Helderman, Eli C., Mila Hancock, Lainey Bryant, Kobe Collum, and Emma Fauner.
Well, another nice class of crossbred Barrow. We're got a young man right over here. Congratulations to him. If you see, talking about some of the things we're going to talk about all day, this one again fits the best for me. Really fresh and eye appeal in terms of his appearance. He's got him well presented. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's balanced. He hits everything pretty square. got some production type look to him still, and I like that about him. I think a nice one still to land up here on top that fits that, again, balance package I'm looking for. Here's one that's a little more crisp up through his top, certainly. He's not as long up through his hip. He gets a little more complacent as you get behind him. He wants to favor that right hock and down there in that right leg, and certainly we need to fix that to get him running any higher. But other than that, that's a really good kind of a crossbred Barrow. The Barrow here coming out next, he just gives up, again, that total spread and mass. You get up on top of him, and I know sometimes when you're sitting up the bleachers until you're out here in the ring and you can see him up on top, you think, hey, there's a really good pig, good design, good kind of a look to him. This one's that one, but you get up on top of him. We got to have more, again, total muscle shape. We also need to put him just a little bit more there behind as he goes away from you. As we get on down here in third, fourth, and fifth, you'll see these hogs are a little more moderate in their makeup. They're not as crisp up through their top. Maybe need to feed them, fix them just a little bit in terms of flexibility there off their hind leg. Another great group of exhibitors.
First place goes to Creed Shields. Second, Warner Hopkins. Third, Hagen Jeffrey. Fourth, Max Jeffries. Fifth, Amelia Chapman.
this is an interesting class, and I'll tell you, there's one right here, the young lady we're going to start. He's intriguing. You know, he's weighing about 255, 260 pounds. Doesn't have quite the fill, but you study this one up through the front. It's very intriguing. He's already very, very tall at the point of his shoulder. You look at the length of his bone, and certainly this is, again, one that you don't need to worry about raising its head or anything like that. You probably heard me about that yesterday. This one here, you can just drive. If this one had a little more fill, certainly I think he'd have been even better yet in terms of this drive. But I love his bone work and his foot size, and you get behind him, he still balances up real well. Probably the most intriguing Barrow in terms of some pieces that we've seen so far in this Barrow drive. This one's another really complete, well-balanced. Certainly like to pick up the speed on this Barrow. He's just a little more short, looks shorter strided as way he's presented in this drive, but one that's still got a big top. He's square from end to end. He's not as wide up there again from the knee to the surface as the Barrow we started with, and certainly not as clean-fronted and tall-fronted as that Barrow, but still, the young man needs to be still proud of a nice crossbred Barrow there landing in second. The Barrow coming out next is the biggest topped one, but you'll see that he's shorter strided. He is shorter up through. He's shorter down to the ground. You get behind him, you got to give him more flexibility. He's certainly a highly cutability kind of a Barrow that certainly would hang on the rail extremely well, and still a lot of mass in that Barrow. That's why he's still up on the top end. As we round on down, as we talked about some of the other classes, we just need more shape. We need more soundness and some more structure on these Barrows to compete with those top end. Congratulations again, a nice set of exhibitors.
At this time, we need the beginning lightweight Barrow champion to the holding area, Eli C., and also the reserve champion beginning lightweight Barrow to the holding area, shown by Hagen Jeffrey.
Well, let's give these two exhibitors and their family a nice round of applause for your going to be your middleweight type champion. I think there's one, again, that's a little fresher today. Again, taking nothing away. We talked about the young ladies, had some intriguing pieces. He's probably not the freshest when we get in comparing the champion drive. It needs a little more fill. But again, very, very intriguing Barrow. But we got to stay with the freshest, most youthful, still a very nice Barrow. The young man right here will have your champion in this division. Well, I think this Barrow comes out and really, again, contends right away. We seen him in class, and I think the one that most represents and follows our champion from a standpoint of just balance and having appropriate fill and still very complete in terms of his freshness will be the young man right here. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations to him.
We're waiting on the beginning lightweight Barrow champion from Eli C. and the reserve beginning lightweight Barrow champion, Hagen Jeffrey. We need both of those pigs in the holding area. Your beginning heavyweight Barrow champion goes to Creed Shields, trophy sponsored by Phil and Teresa Adams. The reserve champion goes to Warner Hopkins, Trophy sponsored by John and Jamie Rollison and family. At this time, we need the first class of advanced Berkshire Barrows to the holding area. Haley Holcomb, Leah Mompin, Braden Griffin, and Kinsey Travis.
Let's give these two exhibitors a nice round of applause, and again, the families. We got two nice representative crossbred bears for your introductory division drive, and like I said before, this is a nice future. All the kids that have drove, and this is your future of Parke County coming up to have continued success with these kids. But I think there's one that, again, when you get them back out here in a champion drive, and I talked about it yesterday in Gilt, you know, I have my ideas before, but it's always nice to see him back out when you can visualize and see them together. There's one thicker skulled. He looks fresher and eye-appealing in this ring today. He really handles his hind leg, takes a big old long stride. The bear right over here will be my champion. Congratulations to him. The young man's done a nice job as well all day long in this introductory, and he comes out and still this Barrow can be in contention. I viewed his shoulder out here compared to the Barrow just a hair, few inches farther forward on him as we get out in the champion. I got to come back to the bigger Barrow here. He fits my bill. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations to him.
The overall beginning Barrow champion goes to Creed Shields. Trophy sponsored by Chapman Farms, Mike and Tammy Chapman. Reserve champion goes to Eli C. Trophy sponsored by Ron and Marcy Akers. At this time, we need the second class of advanced Berkshire Barrows to the holding area. Cooper Kelly, Tucker Hopkins, Jackie Ferguson, Parker Hopkins, Brogan Collum. We'd like to thank our daily sponsor, Derek Cleghorn, Pioneer Seed Rep, and then also our arena sponsor again for today is going to be Purple Ribbon Seeds. A big thank you to those sponsors.
Well, I think as we start off our Big Shabara, we got one that comes to the top real easy for me here with this young lady. Really well presented, really fresh, very sound in his makeup. Again, follow the type that we've done in our other class. I think he'll match up here late in your champion drive here, really nice in the Berkshire. Just my kind of a bear that fits the bill. Here's another one that's probably a little rounder in its muscle shape, not as wide as it comes at you in terms of true balance from the front and the back, but one that's still sound and flexible and got some production look to him. Appreciate that about that. The next bear here in third just gets into, again, some athleticism, needs some structural correctness, but one that's got a big top, big kind of muscle, certainly still respecting for that. As we round out the class, the young lady's done a nice job. We also need to just fix him on his feet and legs and just open him up there at the surface. Thank you.
First place goes to Haley Holcomb. Second, Leah Maupin. Third, Braden Griffin. Fourth, Kinsey Travis. Your first place county bred in that class goes to Braden Griffin, county bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. Second place county bred goes to Kinsey Travis, county bred by Kyle Hopkins family.
Well, I'm going to say it a few times as the day goes on, but I told the guys before we started here, I really appreciate, guys, I kind of do this at our county fair. And hey, it takes a lot of work. And I know we said it yesterday, but it feels nice, and the ventilation's good in here. But the guys here running the herder, it's a hard job. Let's give them a round of applause. It takes a lot of work and to make this thing go. So really appreciate their help. That makes it my job, let me tell you, a lot easier. So I don't want to forget them ever in this environment. It's not easy work. I think one that fits the bill for me in this particular class, this one's probably one of the heavier muscled, most spread Berkshire bear that we've out here in that particular breed is really heavy muscle. This one's got a big kind of a rib cage laid in him. Certainly get behind him. He don't disappoint. And he's really wide-chested as he comes at you. Congratulates that individual for a nice Berkshire Barrow. Here's one that's softer in his makeup. He's really soft in terms of his rib. We'd like to change him there in his ham loin and fix him there and balance him up a little more. But you can see he's really good in terms of he's production-oriented. He still looks fresh. He's still got some bone and structure to him. That's why he still lands up here in second hole. We'd like to ever so slightly also change him and make him a little taller at the point of his shoulder than the Barrow we started with. The next young man coming out, the Berkshire Barrow here, he also needs to be taller at the point of the shoulder. You get behind him, for the amount of muscle he's got, he kind of angulars his toes to the ground. We need to fix that on that particular Barrow. So we round out the class. We got some Barrows that do got some shape and top. Again, I'm a structure guy. We just got to fix them on their feet and legs. Congratulations again, another nice set of exhibitors.
First place goes to Jackie Ferguson. It's also going to be first place county bred by Riley Sunderman. Second place goes to Brogan Collum. And it's also a second place county bred by Lucas Collum. Third place goes to Tucker Hopkins. Fourth, Parker Hopkins. Fifth, Cooper Kelly. At this time, we need the class of advanced Chester White Barrows to the holding area. Ellie Staggs, Reese Simpson, McKenna Major, Lydia Jeffries, and Wyatt Cook.
Give a nice round of applause for your Berkshire exhibitors today. They did a really nice job. Nice set of Berkshire Barrows. Again, we've got a little bit difference in type. We got some different weights, which we should, because based on certainly the class size and what I'd like to do is stay again with what we've talked about: soundness, feet and legs, clean jointed, good looking, kind of a still adequate bone, around that 230 to 240 pound, but still a nice weight range and still looking really good. This guy's still got even better days, but I think a really good Berkshire Barrow. The young lady here will be your champion. We bring in that second place Barrow. Again, we talked about him in class being still a production kind of a Barrow, and you like his soundness. But if this one could have got out and go a little more for me and was a little cleaner jointed and got moving, I think he could have been in contention. But still, he got a really respect for a great big top, big kind of laid spread in that top and some muscle and still wide from end to end. I just wanted him to go a little faster for me in this drive, but he'll be your reserve. Congratulations. Well, this will be for your county bred Berkshire, and I know I didn't make this comment yesterday, but certainly I think every family needs to look at having the opportunity to, raise them in your own county. There's still some merit in that, and I think that's very, very positive. You need to continue to have your shows that offer that, and I always tell other counties that don't, because you want to promote your county. You want to promote the ones that breed in your county and try to get pigs there, locate and support your county. So I think the one that does it for me, Reserve, out here will be your production-oriented bear. They're a little longer body, bigger center rib, and it's probably more flexible. Congratulations to him on your county bred Reserve champion.
Champion Berkshire Barrow goes to Haley Holcomb. Trophy sponsored by Greg and Jennifer Clodfelder and family. Your reserve champion Berkshire Barrow goes to Jackie Ferguson. Trophy sponsored by Ben and Kim Graylis and family. Your champion county bred Berkshire Barrow goes to Jackie Ferguson. County bred by Riley Sunderman. Reserve champion Berkshire county bred goes to Brogan Collum. County bred by Lucas Collum. And at this time, we need the first class of advanced Duroc Barrows to the holding area. Josie Bodine, Audrey Staggs, Stormy Swain, Logan Major, and Carter Crum.
This will be your only Chester Bear drive, and we got a couple different pieces, but some areas they're in the same way, and we're going to go ahead and again start with the heavier structure, bigger, stouter bear here to the young man right here in this particular drive. He's got a great big forearm in him. He's still really thick there in terms of where he's skull, and you get up on top of him, and he don't disappoint you. He's got tremendous amount of spread. His tail head's up there, and you get behind him. He's really square and got some down through the center of his ham. He's really good and comes at you with adequate base width, taking nothing away from the young lady. I love his look from the side. I love his neck. Certainly, I think this Barrow's got better days. He just run out of total, again, ruggedness and total structure than the Barrow we started the class with, but very sound, very functional. Again, I think this day's got some better days for this Barrow. He's probably not as heaviest through his top as this Barrow we started with in just this drive. So congratulations her, still on a really nice Barrow. The Barrow here coming out in third is some stout and a rugged kind of Barrow where I'd like to change him. Again, you get just behind him. We've got to fix him on that right hind leg for me to use him up any higher. That's where I landed. You either got to go third or first for that kind of a Barrow. I just need to fix him up with more flexibility behind. Here's one that's probably a little past his prime. He's starting to run downhill a little bit, but still got some length of body and scale to him. You appreciate that. Doesn't have quite the fill. The young man rounds out this class with one, again, that just needs a feet and get more athletic to compete on the top. Congratulations to him on as well.
Champion Chester White Barrow goes to Reese Simpson. Trophy sponsored by Simpson's Family Farm. He's also going to be your champion county bred Barrow. County bred by Riley Sunderman. Your reserve champion Chester White Barrow is going to go to Ellie Staggs. Trophy sponsored by Jeremy and Lori Swine, Parke County Feeds. Reserve champion county bred Barrow is going to go to McKenna Major. County bred by Riley Sunderman. At this time, we need the second class of advanced Duroc Barrows to the holding area. Lane Helderman, Madison Lewis, Trent York, Haley Liebrandt, and Jaden Schaefer.
Well, in the Duroc breed, I'm looking to go, and they say we got 5 classes. This is, I love Durocs. I always have. That doesn't mean, I'm going to specialize over them anything tonight because we're going to pick the best Barrow. But I think we got 2 really good Barrows up here on the top end to start the Duroc show. Let's give them a round of applause. I think I even noticed some of these, even in showmanship, that, you were still evaluating the kids, but you've seen some Barrows and, wow, it's going to be a good show tomorrow for the Barrow Drive. But I think there's one in here, and again, they're close in some areas, but there's one in here that's taller at the point of the shoulder. You study it from the front part of the shoulder to the end of the neck, he's better. The young lady right here will have your first place Barrow. I mean, you look at this guy from the side, and you study him from the balance he's got. You get behind him, he's tremendous amount of muscle. He carries it down low, and then he carries it into a square package from both end to end. But he's really, really carries, again, the extension up through the front more than the second place Barrow. This Barrow, though, comes at you extremely wide. In terms of second, he's got the same base width. Again, you just like to clean him. He's not as good up through his ear setting as the Barrow we started the class with. He's not as square. He's still square behind, but he's not as square as the Barrow we started with. But 2 nice Barrows. The breeders should be happy with that bred those, and I think a nice pair there up on the top end. The young man still should be proud of a Barrow that's still got some extension. He's still got some muscle shape. He just run into 2 power Barrows there up on top, but a nice Barrow in his own right way. As we round out the class, we get into a little more moderate, more shorter-sided kind of a Barrows. We got to extend them out and, again, make them more flexible. But nice 2 Barrows there up on the top end.
First place goes to Stormy Swain. Second, Audrey Staggs. Third, Logan Major. Fourth, Carter Crum. Fifth, Josie Bodine. First place county bred goes to Logan Major, county bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. And second place county bred goes to Carter Crum, county bred by Woods and Sunderman. At this time, we need the 3rd class of advanced Duroc Barrows to the holding area. Isaiah Hopkins, Allie Hedrick, Mason Bowser, Hallie Engel, and Megan Wittenmeyer.
We got another nice class, Duroc Bears, and always good exhibitors, great attitudes. I really appreciate it. But we're going to go with the one again. More spread to its top, the young lady. Tremendous coming at you. From a side profile, looks tremendous. Got a great big back leg in him. We want to change him, yes, ever so slightly there as he gets away, specifically there on that right hind leg and where he places it. But I think one that fits the bill in terms of just total mass get up on top of him. The young man's Barrow here in second. I love his profile from the side. You get up on top of him again. Not as crisp, but still good in his top. Where I'd also like to change him right there in terms of his pastern down to his right foot. He wants to pigeon in toed in that particular Barrow, and you can certainly only see that when you get out here in the particular ring. And you get behind him, he's not as true in terms of his stifle muscle, but again, I love his rib shape, I love his skull, I love the look of that Barrow in a lot of ways. The Barrow here coming out in third is another one, didn't get the greatest drive. The young lady did the best she could, certainly if I could have seen that one, but one that still got some shape and appreciate that and some balance. Young man and the next on out, again, we just need to give some more total muscle shape, specifically get down in the lower part of the ham, and then we get on down here. We just need to get more athletic and some soundness in the Barrow here rounds out this class.
First place goes to Jaden Schaefer. It's also going to be your first place county bred by Woods and Sunderman. Second place goes to Lane Helderman. Third, Madison Lewis. And that's also going to be your second place county bred by Woods Brothers. Fourth place goes to Trent York. Fifth, Haley Leibrandt. At this time, we need the fourth class of advanced Duroc Barrows to the holding area. Clayton Burgess, Justin Harkrider, Cash Jeffries, Corinne Loomis, and Lily Roosevelt.
We got another nice class of Duroc Barrows up here on the top end, and I don't care about how dark they are or whatever. I know this is a light colored Barrow, but hey, if they're good enough and they meet what I meant, I'm okay with that. certainly I know a lot of people would have and say, hey, we need to get this Barrow darker, but boy, he still meets it. You study this one as he comes at you. He's tremendously wide-fronted. He's still got some length of body and handles it really well. Again, you get up on top, and we talk about spread of top. He's handling it. He's still like 12 o'clock today. You get behind him. He carries it all the way down, and we talk about stifle and carrying it down to the lower part of his center of his ham. He does that well. He's still got a big forearm. He's not as big in his cannon bone as you'd think when you study his forearm and down, and that fooled me a little bit, but it's enough to win this class, and he got some fill and rib shape. Nice, practical, balanced kind of a Barrow that wins this class. This one here is a really nice, powerful, got a tremendous thick skull to him. He's a little more moderate in terms of his makeup than the Barrow we started the class with, but one that's got a big hind leg, big hip in him. Didn't balance up quite as well as the Barrow we started the class with, but again, a good muscled Barrow there in second. Young lady's Barrow here gets a little rounder, again, in his muscle shape. You get behind him. He doesn't square up quite as well, but one that's still got, again, some production look to him and moves up there in third. So we round out the class, the young lady here and the young lady on the end. We need to give them more shape as they come at you and more shape behind to move them up any higher. Nice set of exhibitors again, as always.
First place goes to Mason Bowser. Second place, Isaiah Hopkins, and he's also going to be your first place in County Bred by New Discoveries Show Pigs. Third place goes to Megan Wittenmeyer, and she's going to be your second place County Bred by Riley Sunderman. Fourth place, Hallie Engel. Fifth place, Allie Hedrick. At this time, we need the fifth class of advanced Duroc Barrows to the holding area. Abigail Nicholas, Carly Craycraft, Carter Hopkins, Tucker Hopkins, and Emma Simpson.
This is a little more challenging class for me in this Barrow drive, and we're going to go ahead and start off. This one, Barrow either had to be third or first, but as I added up again my yes and no checks and emphasis points, he meets my criteria. He's got a tremendous amount of chest floor in him. You get behind him with the amount of total muscle. He still handles it reasonably well. I would grant we want to fix him there at the pasterns. He gets a little soft for me, but still a production-oriented kind of a bear with a great big blade in him and a great big hip. That's why he wins this class. The two that we had in second and third, we wanted to keep them together because the one that I had in second is probably a little more moderate. You get up on top of him. He, again, does have more muscle shape. He's probably not as full in terms of his rib cage, and he's heavier structure. So that's why he was second. The bear in third probably gets a little bigger in terms of his skeleton for me. He was lacking in terms of his cannon bone and foot size. Didn't have as much muscle. Probably got just a little bit past 12 o'clock on his true skeleton for me to move him up there any higher. Nice class of Duroc Barrows. Again, a good set of exhibitors.
First place goes to Clayton Burgess, and he's also going to be your first place county bred by Riley Sunderman. Second place goes to Cash Jeffries. Third place goes to Lily Roosevelt. Fourth goes to Corinne Loomis, and she's going to have your second place county bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. And fifth place goes to Justin Harkrider. At this time, we need all of the first and second place Durocs to the holding area. Again, that is all of the first place Durocs to the holding area. And second place Durocs. Also, please make sure to have all of the first place county bred Duroc Barrows ready. You don't need to come on up to the holding area or anything at this point. Just please have them ready.
on this particular last class, a heavyweight, certainly we get up into these weights and we got to go with ones, that's still holding her together. And it's hard to keep one when you get up into these heavy of everything clicking and staying together. But I think the big-legged, big-topped one here the young lady's got is going to win this class there in the blue shirt. Congratulations to her. The second place Barrow here is probably a little, we talked about a little over-conditioned for me in this class. He's past his prime, but still got some design and shape and rib shape and still handles it on a reasonable, flexible package. So we get on down here in third, fourth, and fifth. Still nice D-Rock Barrows. We just like to see them a little more 12 o'clock and fix them in a few areas in terms of their soundness and feet and legs. But again, the exhibitors did a really nice job. Congratulations to all of them.
First place goes to Carly Craycraft. Second, Abby Nicholas. They're also going to be your first. Carly's also going to be your first place county bred by Woods Brothers, and Abby's going to be your second place county bred by Riley Sunderman. Third place goes to Emma Simpson. Fourth, Tucker Hopkins, and fifth was Carter Hopkins. At this time, we're going to show for the champion, Duroc Barrow. If we could have all first place county bred Duroc Barrows to the holding area at this time. Again, all first place county bred Barrows to the holding area.
We'll give him a nice round of applause. He had a really nice Duroc Barrow show. Great exhibitors. Great job for the families that put these together. And I think there's a couple that come out top and taking nothing away from the other Barrows. And certainly we tried to keep, again, some base width and appropriate soundness and flexibility and athleticism. There's two a little bit different than type. We'll go ahead and just tell which ones they are. The young lady down here in the blue and the young lady here right here in the center of the ring. And certainly we got one that's heavier boned and bowed and stouter, a little down in his pasterns, probably not handling its hip and hind leg, maybe like I would love to see out here in the champion drive, but one still very good appearance and good rib shape. Just concerning there on that right hock for me. And then you got one with just tremendous look. You can call it a cool look, really tall at the point of the shoulder. I think certainly that's even got better days ahead. Probably not as good in terms of that structure and bone, but this hog is still weighing about 245 pounds. But after I add up my checks and minuses, I think the one that's really cool and got the look, this young lady right here, he'll have your champion Duroc Barrow. Certainly we talked about that deep class, and this one doesn't. Again, we talk about not disappointing when Barrows come back out and still comes in contention. When I studied it too, we talked about that Baron class. We'd also like to see him handle that right hock just a little bit better, but boy, he's got some great other positives and really a good Duroc class there to start the day. But boy, you still got to come back to one that's really powerful fronted, big top. If I could have changed him on that right hock in terms of where he's weight, I could have used this one. I still like him and fix him there in his pasterns, but a really good Duroc Barrow. She'll have your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Madison Lewis, we need your county bred Duroc Barrow to the holding area. Madison Lewis. At this time, we need the first class of advanced Hampshire Barrows to the holding area. Milo Leonard, Emma Ugoletti, Madison Lewis, and Addison Jenkins.
We're competing out here for reserve county bred. Give these exhibitors and the county bred owners a nice round of applause. A nice red bears for your county bred and owned. I think there's one out here that hits me pretty hard in just terms of big-legged, big bowed chested, big kind of a top with a lot of spread. Young man right here will have your reserve champion county bred. Congratulations to him.
Your champion Duroc Barrow goes to Stormy Swine. Trophy sponsored by Overpet Gas Company. Reserve champion Duroc Barrow goes to Jaden Schaefer. Trophy sponsored by RB3M Livestock in memory of Brian Grayless. Champion County Bred Barrow goes to Jaden Schaefer. County Bred by Woods and Sunderman. Reserve champion County Bred goes to Isaiah Hopkins. County Bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. At this time, we also need the second class of advanced Hampshire Barrows to the holding area. Carter Crum, Carly Craycraft, Lexi Jones, Berkeley Shelsky, and Ashley Clodfelder.
We got a couple nice Hampshire Barrows up on top end. I These fit the bill for me quite well, especially the young lady here to start off this class. You get up on top, and again, I know that in the stands you can't see what I can, but the blade tremendously opens up. This one's got look from the side, from the end of that shoulder again to the end of his nose. He's got tremendous look there up front. He's got good rib curvature and some curvature to that rib, and then you get on the side of him in terms of his structure and foot size and bone, and handles it in a square package again from end to end. The Barrow here in second most closely follows our Barrow here in first, and the Barrow there in third, and certainly he's got still some extension. Doesn't come at you when they come at you in terms of total width as the Barrow we started the class with, and doesn't square up quite as well as the Barrow that we started the class with, but similar in their type and design. That's why we keep those two together, and I think both of them are very compatible and nice, very nice Hampshire Barrows there on the top. Here is the more probably younger age Barrow. He just cannot, we need to make him longer boned up front so he can get around easier and more soundness. He's just struggling there, taking a longer stride than we want for as modern as he is. The Barrow coming out next is, again, probably not as youthful in his appearance. Need to give him a little more fill and again, fix him, but I certainly love his length of neck that he offers in this class.
First place goes to Madison Lewis, and she's also going to be first place county bred by Woods Brothers. Second place goes to Addison Jenkins. It's also going to be your second place county bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. Third place goes to Milo Leonard. Fourth, Emma Ugaletti.
Well, this is another challenging class I've struggled with here a little bit, but I think certainly as I again go through my points of interest, I'm going to stay with probably a little more youthful Barrow here to start this class, this Barrow with this particular drive. Certainly he's got some areas that I would fix. If you study there from his front shoulder, again, we talk about shoulders. Sometimes, again, when you get that look from the side, it's a battle of inches to keep that shoulder exactly where you want him because we're trying to make him so long-fronted. He's adequate in his bone. He comes at you again with width. He's a little, again, when they get that shoulder, they're going to be straighter fronted, and he certainly need to fix him in that area. This Barrow is square. I will tell you, he's square. He's certainly up here at the age. He's probably not at his prime, but certainly he's got a great big rib cage. I added up my emphasis. You can toss a coin here, but certainly probably maybe this pig's just a little wider from the knee to the cervix, but two close pairs. I don't have any doubt that we could switch that pair, and I wouldn't disagree with it. That's how I landed. I went with freshness and youth on that particular individual. The Barrow here in third could either be third or first. He's still got a great big hind leg in him. He's got a great big blade laid in him. Gets a little more moderate. He's a little more pigeon-toed up front for me, and you get behind him. We've just got to fix that squareness as he comes out of his hip down into his hock. So we round out the class. Same kind of scenario. We've got some scale in these hogs at this weight. We've got to keep the muscle, and that's hard to do as we get up in the heaviness of these classes.
First place goes to Lexi Jones. She's also going to be first place county bred by Rod Jones and family. Second place, Berkeley Shelsky. Third place, Carter Crum. And it's going to be your second place county bred by Roaring Creek Show Pigs. Fourth place goes to Ashley Clodfelder. Fifth place goes to Carly Craycraft. At this time, I need the class of advanced Hereford Barrows to the holding area. Kennedy Helderman, Josie Bodine, Sabrina Patton, Brogan Collum, Marissa Liebrandt, and Emma Simpson.
Well, as always, give these Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause. The kids, as always, were great. And I appreciate, again, I don't say it enough, the good attitudes that each of them have and smile whatever place they're in, and I appreciate that. I think we got, an easy champion here that just fits the bill, as I talked about in the beginning of our Bear show in terms of soundness, still tall at the point of the shoulder and can move all day in the ring and have balance. Right here, the young lady here will have a nice Hampshire Bear to be your champion here at Parke County Fair. Your second place in that division came in, and I think we talked about them in class. I really liked both of those Barrows, and this one's still another nice Hampshire Barrow. He'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Hampshire Barrow goes to Madison Lewis. Trophy sponsored by Rebecca Peffley and family. Reserve champion goes to Addison Jenkins. Trophy sponsored by Dana and Moni Woods and Sons. Champion Hampshire County Bred also goes to Madison Lewis, County Bred by Woods Brothers. And Reserve Champion Hampshire County Bred goes to Addison Jenkins, County Bred by New Discovery Show Pigs. At this time, we need the class of advanced landrace barrows to the holding area. Kinsley Ugoletti, Brandon Grayless, and Ashlyn Bryant. Just another reminder to all of the champion exhibitors, reserve champion, another reminder, there is a thank you card on your trophies today. Please make sure to get them filled out and sent back to all of the sponsors, just to let them all know how much we appreciate all of our trophy sponsors, banner sponsors, and everything.
Congratulations to these Hereford exhibitors. We're going to start off with the young ladies here. The most balanced bear in the class. He's sound, he's flexible, he's adequate in terms of his muscle shape for a Hereford bear this drive, and I congratulate her. She's done a really nice job presenting them and really did a nice job in terms of showing him and nice Hereford bear there to win the class. The bear here in second, one big stout kind of a skull in this Hereford bear. I like that about him. He didn't open up as well as the other bear. Didn't probably quite have the freshness and youthfulness as the bear we started the class with, but still a nice bear in his own right. Congratulations to this young man. The bear coming out next is probably, again, a little overdone, a little overconditioned, carrying a little more back fat for me at this particular weight, but certainly a big outline, big kind of a bear in his own right. He lands there in third. So we round out the class. The two young ladies done, again, a tremendous job. I congratulate them still on two nice Hereford bears, just likely to give them a little more shape. Thank you very much.
Your Hereford Barrow champion goes to Marissa Liebrandt. It's also going to be your champion county bred by Justin Liebrandt and family. And the trophy is sponsored by New Horizons Farm, Jay and Nancy Liebrandt. Reserve champion Hereford Barrow goes to Brogan Collum. County bred reserve champion Hereford Barrow goes to Sabrina Patton. And the trophy sponsor for the reserve champion Hereford Barrow goes to was from Sean and Mason Howard. At this time, I need the advanced Poland China Barrows to the holding area. Caden Helderman, Adelie Jenkins, and Haley Liebrandt.
Well, this will be your only land race class, and again, I'm not going to say this over and over, but it is a pleasure when you got all the kids coming up and congratulate, and they got a smile on their face. Hey, you don't say that enough. I mean it sincerely. That's great attitudes. I've said it many times, but I appreciate that those kids. So we're going to start off with the young lady's better design bear in the class. She did a tremendous job. Great design. Great look from the side. He's made right for her to come out here and compete in the championship drive later, and again, congratulate to her. The more moderate bear that's got a great big forearm, he's got a big top. He just got lost some of his skeletal size to the bear, and from a side profile stamp, gets a little shorter in his side. Same goes for the young lady. I told her she's doing a terrific job here today. This bear is also just gets a little more moderate, gets a little shorter in his hip, but again, it's got a great big rib cage. He's wide from front and end. Still some pieces there. Unfortunately, run into a bigger skeleton hog there on the top end.
First place and champion Landrace Barrow goes to Ashlyn Bryant. Second place and reserve champion Landrace Barrow goes to Brandon Graylis. And third place, Kinsley Ugaletti. At this time, we need the first class of advanced spot barrows to the holding area. Evelyn Lund, Mason McVeigh, Allie Hedrick, Brogan Snodgrass, and Brooklyn McMullen.
Congratulations to these Poland exhibitors. I think we got a really power Poland Barrow here that wins it quite easily. I told this young lady, really nice Poland Barrow. This one, again, you study. He meets, again, the same balances that we've talked about and some of the other that hits me. Great from the side profile. Again, great big forearm lady. Handles it on a sound, very flexible, athletic package. Very, very fresh. She's done a really nice job with this Poland Barrow. He'll be nice to see back out here in the champion drive. Congratulations to her. The Barrow here in second, another big kind of a power hog. He's big in terms of his bone structure. He just gets a little bit, you need to clean him up there through the front end, clean him up through the jowl, gets a little rounder in his makeup, but still a very, very stout Poland Barrow in his own right. Young man coming out here, again, would like to fix that Barrow just right there behind the blade and balance up his top. Still, he needs to be commended. He's sound, he's flexible. I just would like to see that fixed in terms of just correctness as you get up on top of him. Congratulations, again, as always, great set of exhibitors.
First place in champion Poland China Barrow goes to Haley Liebrandt. Second place and reserve champion goes to Adelaide Jenkins. Third place, Caden Helderman. Evelyn Lund, we need your spot Barrow to the holding area. At this time, we need the second class of advanced spot barrows to the holding area. Lila Buzenbark, Carly Craycraft, Austin Land, Bethany Wilson, Emmy Lou Rader.
Well, we start our spot Barrow. We got one really good Barrow. I hope as he gets back out here in the champion drive, we can get him calmed down a little bit. But I seen him. He come out. He certainly puts it all together. He's tremendously up through his chest floor. He's tremendously square to get behind. Again, you might hear me over and over. This is my kind of type. And he's very sound and flexible and square. Nice spot Barrow to win the class. The Barrow here in second, Certainly is a nice bear in his own right. You get behind him. We need to give him some more flare of muscle, give him more total expression there in the stifle. We need to clean him up in the front end. But again, sound, flexible, certainly appreciate that about him. The Barrow here coming out in third gets a little more moderate, certainly in his type. We also want to fix him in terms of just getting him a little square as he comes at the knee. But a nice bear in his own right. Congratulations to that young lady. As we round out the class of these two spot barrows, we just need more total heart girth in the bear that's coming out next in terms of rib shape and some fill in him. We get him round out the class with the young man's. Again, just fix him as he goes away from you as he comes at you. Nice spot barrow there to win the class.
First place goes to Brooklyn McMullen. Second, Brogan Snodgrass. Third, Evelyn Lund. She's also going to have your first place county bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Hartman family. Fourth place goes to Allie Hedrick. Fifth place, Mason McVeigh, and he's going to have your second place county bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Hartman family. At this time, we need the third class of advanced spot barrows to the holding area. Carson Rollison, Dennis Cottrell, Maya Collum, Brody Jenkins, and Lexi Jones.
So far, we're in Class 2 spot. It's going to be a nice champion spot drive. We got another really powerful kind of spot barrow. We're going to be interesting. We know we got some more classes yet to go, I believe, on the spot. But you've had a nice spot show, even on the gilts. And now I'm seeing these barrows. You've got some, I think, good breeders in the county or wherever these come from. But this one meets all the criteria. You might get sick to hear me say the same things, but he's got balance, he's got rib, he's got bone, he's got foot, he's square from end to end. He's got a great head setting to him as far as his ear and his head setting. Just, again, balances up. That's the kind of hogs that I like, and he certainly does it real well. The Barrow here in second is another good bear in his own right in terms of muscle shape. I told the young lady she's always smiling, she's doing a great job, she's having fun. There's still a nice bear in his own right. He just got beat by a really, really good spot bear there up on the top end. The bear here coming out next is a flexible bear still in his own right, long-bodied, long neck, Doesn't have the cannon bone, doesn't have the foot size as the two Barrow. Probably wants to dip there right behind his shoulder. We want to fix that to move him up any higher. Young lady has done as well in this class. Another nice spike Barrow. We just want to clean him up there in his lower thirds. Young man here on the end. Again, we just talked about soundness and correctness. We'd like to fix that in him, but he's really tall at the point of the shoulder.
First place goes to Bethany Wilson. Second place, Emmylou Rader. Third, Lela Busenbark. Fourth, Carly Craycraft. Fifth, Austin Land. Your first place county bred goes to Bethany Wilson, county bred by Riley Sunderman. Second place county bred goes to Emmylou Rader, county bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Martin Hartman family. At this time, we need the fourth class of advanced spot barrows to the holding area. Ty York, Haley Holtzclaw, Jacob Cottrell, Annie Cottrell, Braylon Collum, Lucy Collum, Hadley McPike.
Well, up here on the top end, we've got different points, and I'll discuss each of them. This one's a little harder, to place these two. We got the Barrow here in first that wins this class, is the most massive, the most stoutest. He's got some problem areas that I wanted to take a little more time and see if I could justify it. He is not as square coming at you. He's not as from his length of stride behind. We need to make him longer strided. Certainly he's getting up there at a size standpoint that's certainly probably not its influence in some of that, but still he's big old hip laid in him. He's still she's done a nice job in terms of presenting him and still having a fresh appearance for as big as he is. I love this Barrow here in second as he comes at you. He is the better one in terms of that, in terms of the front. He's favoring the left hind leg. I'm going to put a little more emphasis in this drive. He's not as massive up. You get on top of him. He's not as massive behind. Is he adequate? Yes. But unfortunately, he's favoring that leg as the drive continues to go on. But certainly a nice Barrow here in second. The Barrow here in third is another one that we'd like to clean up through the front two-thirds of this Barrow. He does have a good top in him. He's actually reasonably flexible. He's just too ugly in terms of his overall look there up front to be that show Barrow. But a good production kind of oriented Barrow. As we round out the class in fourth and fifth, these two kids, again, have done a nice job coming out here and competing and on the spotted breed here. Congratulations.
First place goes to Lexi Jones. It's also your first place county bred by Rod Jones and family. Second place goes to Carson Rollison. It's also your second place county bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Hartman family. Third place, Maya Collum. Fourth, Brody Jenkins. Fifth, Dennis Cottrell. At this time, we need all of the first and second place spot Barrows to the holding area. Evelyn Lund, we need your first place county bred to the holding area with your spot, Barrow. Again, Evelyn Lund, spot Barrow, first place county bred to the holding area.
We're going to start off with the young man's. He's the freshest bear. Again, we get up in these higher weights. We have to keep him fresh. He does it quite easily for me in this class. Congratulations to him. The young man here in second's got a big scaled, big kind of a spot bear that's got some bone and structure to him. He's got some rib shape. He, again, is not 12 o'clock today, and certainly that's why he's in second, but still a lot of good qualities about that bear. The bear here coming out next, another big kind of a bear that certainly from a scale size, we just need to fix him behind the blade and balance him up there in the top line for this heavyweight class. We come on down, again, these bears are pushing that 300-pound plus. We just get into a little more condition and get into some flexibility problems. But the kids all, again, did a nice job for this spot bear drive. Thank you.
First place goes to Ty York. Second, Hadley McPike. Third, Annie Cottrell. Fourth, Braylon Cullum. Fifth, Haley Holtzclaw. First place county bred in that class goes to Hadley McPike, county bred by Lucas Cullum. Second place county bred goes to Annie Cottrell, county bred by Lucas Cullum. At this time, we're going to show for champion Spot Barrow.
Well, congratulations to these spot bearers. I think you had a really nice spot show, and you're really deep here. And I mentioned that earlier. You had a deep set of class of spotted gilts. I think there's a couple that come in contention. We got one weighing about 232 pounds and one weighing about 260. You change them, and certainly we'll talk about both of them. The bear over here certainly didn't get the drive, and it's unfortunate. I've been in that situation with my daughters, but this is a still really good bear. He's not as heavy bone or big footed, but boy, he's really square. He's got a great top. He comes out here, he's really, really sound. Then you got one that is heavy bone, big fronted, big chested, big footed. I'd like to change him right there, maybe up in his crest or his head, but he's really still stout, very sound, very flexible. I got to go ahead and stay with the 262. Congratulations to her. Certainly you bring out that second place, big production, big kind of a rib. We're going to go ahead and come back. I'm sorry, young lady. This is still a really good bear. I had some emphasis points. I wish he drove a little bit better. I like that bear a lot. I think he's got better days. We just got to, hopefully he gets calmed down. But really nice spot of bear. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
At this time, we need the class of advanced Tamworth Barrows to the holding area. Caden Helderman, Lane Helderman, Emily Adams, Emmylou Rader, and Kennedy Helderman.
Well, here for your reserve county bred of your Parke County Fair, we're going to go ahead and go with the big massive top, big bladed one right here, this young lady. He'll be your reserve county bred. Congratulations to her.
Your champion spot Barrow goes to Bethany Wilson. Trophy sponsored by Rod and Michelle Jones and family. Reserve champion spot Barrow goes to Brooklyn McMullen. Trophy sponsored by Jason and Jill Ferguson and family. Champion Spot County Bred goes to Bethany Wilson, County Bred by Riley Sunderman. Reserve Champion Spot County Bred goes to Lexi Jones, County Bred by Rod Jones and family. At this time, we need the first class of advanced Yorkshire Barrows to the holding area. Cam Smith, Brody Smith, Milo Leonard, and Kyle Price. After we get through the third class of advanced Yorkshire Barrows, it's going to be just a little bit, but we're going to take a 10-minute break prior to starting the crossbred Barrows. Again, we will take a 10-minute break after the champion Yorkshire Barrow before the first class of crossbred Barrows.
When you're Tamworth Barrow, hey, it's not disappointing at all. You got a big stout one up here. I told the young man, I asked him if he liked Tamworth. He says, yes, I like Tamworth Barrow. So, hey, he's got a stout one. This one comes at you tremendously wide. You get behind him. He's got a great big hip, great big rib in him. Still on a sound, flexible passage. Nice Tamworth Barrow here to win this class. The Barrow here in second. It's got more length of neck. He just runs out of gas in terms of just ruggedness and stoutness that this other Barrow comes at you. But still a nice Tamworth Barrow in his own right the young lady needs proud of. The more moderate, shorter-sided Barrow that's well presented, the young lady, I don't think there's a time that she has not had a smile on her face as she drives a pig, but it's shorter-sided, heavier muscled kind of a pig you certainly appreciate. Just need to extend him out. Nice Tamworth Barrow class. Congratulations to those fine exhibitors.
First place and champion Tamworth Barrow goes to Lane Helderman. It's also going to be your champion county bred by Riley Sunderman. Second place and reserve champion goes to Emily Adams. Third place goes to Emmylou Rader, and it's also going to be your reserve champion county bred by Riley Sunderman. Fourth place goes to Kennedy Helderman. Fifth place, Caden Helderman. At this time, we need the second class of Advanced Yorkshire Barrows to the holding area. Tegan Leonard, Abby Staggs, Jonah Hopkins, Evelyn Lund, and Bethany Wilson. Your Tamworth Barrow Champion Trophy was sponsored by Christine Sanders and family, and your reserve champion Tamworth Barrow Trophy sponsor is Rockville Hometown Florist.
This young lady here to start off the class brings a really nice lightweight Barrow here. Really tall at the point of the shoulder. He's also got a great big font. Love his head to his ear setting. Certainly you don't have to do much to this one. On the side profile, he looks good. You get behind him, he's got good muscle shape. He's good in his hip. Nice class winner. Here's one that's got good, again, great design to his side. You get up on top of him. He doesn't have the expression, but certainly if this one had a little more muscle, I think he could have contended with the Barrow here up on top. Still good and practical in his own way, and sound and flexible, and still a nice Yorkshire Barrow. The Barrow here coming out next, we just like to fix him. You get right there in these front 2/3. He gets a little narrow at the knee coming down. He's smaller up in his cannon bone. He's not as strong up through there. Then you get behind him. You'd like to fix him right there in the hip and down from the tailhead. He gets a little steeper rump for me in this class. We round out with the pounds light Yorkshire Barrow. Unfortunately, just needs a little more time on feed.
First place goes to Milo Leonard. It's also going to be your first place county bred by Hopkins Leonard Families. Second place goes to Kyle Price. It's also going to be your second place county bred by Kurt Hopkins Family. Third place goes to Brody Smith. Fourth place, Cam Smith. At this time, we need the third class of Advanced Yorkshire Barrows to the holding area. Cora Batty, Erica Clodfelder, Jenna Batty, Ashley Clodfelder, and Blake Miller. Just want to let everyone know we have been informed by the Sheriff's Department that there is a severe lightning storm headed our way, should hit around 5:30. They are telling us it could be very strong where we may need to seek shelter. We'll keep you posted as we go, but just want to give everybody a heads up at this time.
In this Yorkshire Drive, we've got 3 really nice Barrows up here on the top end. It was kind of fun to take some time and sort through these. And certainly, here's how I looked at it, and I'll explain to the best of my ability of what points I decided to use. The class winner, this one is actually bigger top. He's crisper top than the Barron second. He's longer fronted. You get behind him, he's got a lot more down in the center of his ham. He's thicker back behind, down lower. They're both the same in terms of their bone size and foot size. I'd like to see it more, but we had to keep these 2 guys together. The Barrow here coming out in third is a heavier bone, but we'll discuss a few points why. But again, I love the profile. I love the length of front end of this guy. He is a little longer bodied, and he comes out of his shoulder just a little bit Barrow. But taking nothing away from the young man, I thought when this Barrow hit the class, this one certainly can be a class winner. If you study this one again, he gets a little coarser and straight there out of his shoulder. He's a little shorter strided as the drive went on. He's not as thick down there in his ham and in his stifle. That's how I seen those 2 pair, but a nice one. Here is what I talk about, the heaviest structured, the heaviest bone. He's down in his pasterns, and again, probably just as much muscle behind. I love his stoutness, but again, his shoulder is a little coarse. It's not as good up through that front end as the 2 Barrows. This one is one of those ones you either got to go third or first. I had to put him third just for some reasons that I want to fix. Put emphasis on pasterns. I put a little emphasis on the coarseness that he's got there in his shoulder. But it's still a really nice Barrow. I told the young man the young lady should be proud of. The next Barrow coming out, again, just lacks the muscle and got into some heat up here on the top end of those 3. The same goes for the young lady. She did a nice job as well. Just, again, run into some muscle problems compared to those top 3 in this class.
First place goes to Abby Staggs. Second, Tegan Leonard. Tegan's also going to be our first place county bred in that class, county bred by Hopkins Leonard families. Third place goes to Bethany Wilson. She's going to have your second place county bred by Old Oak Show Pigs Hartman family. Fourth place goes to Jonah Hopkins. And fifth place, Evelyn Lund.
This young lady here will have your class winner, Yorkshire Barrow, and this lasted. Congratulations to her. This one's, again, tall fronted. He comes out to the widest in this particular class. He's got a good hip and hind leg. Certainly, we'd want to put a little more ruggedness to him, but I think a bear that balances up quite well. Here's a really attractive kind of a bear, a well-presented young man's done a nice job. Skin and hair is really good. I'd like to really open him up there through the front 2/3. He's also, as we talked about some of the other bears in class, he's a little straighter there out of his front. That's why he takes a shorter stride as he moves in this stride. But again, freshness and appearance, he really looks nice, and the gentleman there has done a nice job. Young lady as well. Here's one we just got to fix in terms of the pasterns. He's got some expression behind. We appreciate that. He's got some adequate top shape. We just need to fix him also up there in terms of his wideness up through his chest and open that blade up a little bit. Young lady's bear here coming out next. Again, just total muscle shape as we talk. He just runs out. He got a lot more cover up there through the top part of his loin. We just need to get him overall shape. Nice class.
In the third class of Advanced Yorkshire Barrows, first place, Erica Clodfelter. Second place, Blake Miller. Third, Ashley Clodfelter. Fourth, Cora Batty. And fifth, Jenna Batty. And in that class, Blake Miller was the county bred first place, county bred by Cook Brothers. And Cora Batty was second in that class, county bred, also county bred by Cook Brothers. We're now showing for the champion Yorkshire Barrow.
Well, nice set of Yorkshire hogs and nice set of Yorkshire giver. Give them a nice round of applause. They did a really nice job all the way through all the three classes. Well, we had one heated class, and certainly there was about three in there that I really liked, and this one comes back out that's going to be your champion and still meets a lot of criteria we talked about all day. The young lady right here will have your champion Yorkshire Barrow. Congratulations to her. We bring out that second place in that deep class, and certainly, as I said, runs right into contention. I certainly wanted to give the young lady a chance to get out here and drive, and did drive, but I still got to come back to the longer fronted, longer neck, just a little longer body. This is certainly a very nice young bear, needs to be proud of. I think he's got better days as it continues to develop. This one matches up closely to my champion. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations. Well, again, a nice county bred. You should be really proud of these Yorkshire Barrows in this particular drive. I'm going to go back again to the stout one that was pretty unique. He comes back out, and actually, when he gets on the first drive, he's pretty flexible. The longer he goes, unfortunately, but this Barrow still meets a lot of criteria. He'll be your reserve county bred. Taking nothing away from the other Barrows, still really high quality. Congratulations, all the exhibitors there in the Yorkshire show.
Champion Yorkshire Barrow goes to Abby Staggs. Trophy sponsored by Dan and Janet Leonard. Reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow goes to Tegan Leonard. Trophy sponsored in memory of Derek Hartman, Bruce and Kim Hartman. Champion county bred Yorkshire Barrow goes to Tegan Leonard. County bred by Hopkins Leonard Families. Reserve champion county bred goes to Bethany Wilson. County bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Hartman family. Now we're going to take our 10-minute break, and then we will start the Crossbred Barrow show. Again, 10 minutes, and we will head into our Crossbred show. At this time, we'll go ahead and call up the first class of crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Morgan Schillings, Claire Loomis, Braden Dullavy, Braden Bays, and Abby Staggs. Morgan Schillings, they are waiting on your crossbred Barrow to the holding area. Morgan Schillings. At this time, we need the second class of advanced crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Cash Jeffries, Mason Bowser, Hunter Collings, Emily Collings, Lydia Jeffries, Haley Mathis, and Zane Organ.
Well, I'm looking forward to doing your crossbred drive here. I think we got about 8 classes. 4 of them will be in the lighter weight division, and then we'll select a champion. But boy, what a way to get started here in your first class. This is an outstanding Barrow. Again, you talk about one that's really opened up. You get up on top of him, up through the blade. The blade's laid in there perfectly on this particular Barrow. He comes and goes again with tremendous amount of base width, and he handles it extremely well. Really nice crossbred Barrow here to start off your lightweight class. Here's another Barrow that's good in his muscle shape. You get behind him. He wants to narrow up again a little bit in terms of the way he goes at you. You want to change him again there, down from the pastern to the foot on the hook placement. He's not as heavy bone. He's not got that look, but a nice crossbred Barrow for those particular points. Here's a well-designed kind of a Barrow that's really good in terms of his look. He's well presented. I like that. He's very sound. He's just not got he needs opened up there more through his front end. Young Barrow, the younger gentleman here coming out needs to get a better scald, needs to open him up there through the front end, but he's got some soundness and flexibility. Nice crossbred Barrow there on top.
At this time, we need the 3rd class of advanced crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Again, that's the 3rd class of advanced crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Reese Simpson, Audrey Staggs, Kaylee Mathis, Brooklyn McMullen, Sabrina Patton, Logan Major, and Carter Hopkins. Your first class of advanced crossbred Barrows, first place goes to Abby Staggs, 2nd, Braden Bays, 3rd, Claire Loomis, and 4th, Braden Dalavie.
We got a nice trio up here on the top end. We're going to go with the one, again, that most balances up for me. He, again, is most base width, coming and going from you. Puts a big hind leg down behind him. I think well presented. He fits my build. The shorter hip Barrow here in second he stays up on this top end. He's got tremendous spread. You get up on top of him. You love his blade. I just seen him a little more short and condensed and shorter hip than the Barrow we started the class with. The next Barrow here coming out mostly follows the second place Barrow in terms of his shortness from his side. He's a big top. Where I fault him, we got to loosen that hip structure up. He's got to be sounder on his feet and legs. He's got to get cleaner in his joint to be moved up there in the first toe. The next Barrow out, a really good appearing blue butt kind of a Barrow. He's kind of well presented. He's got a long neck. He gets a little staler up through the front end, and I'd like to change that about him. Freshen up his head and in his neck. Certainly we can look at that Barrow coming up in the top end as well. As we get on down here, we just have hogs that probably a little more early mature in the Berkshire Pyrenees Barrow. We just got to get more total shape to compete up here with these crossbred appearing Barrows on the top end. Good set of exhibitors, nice drive on each of those.
First place goes to Lydia Jeffries. Second, Mason Bowser. Third, Cash Jeffries. Fourth, Zane Organ. Fifth, Hunter Collings. At this time, we need the fourth class of crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Keaton Travis, Alyssa McMullen, Owen Grayless, Jackson Jenkins, Mila Leonard, and Riley Engel. Again, the fourth class of crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Keaton Travis, Alyssa McMullen, Owen Grayless, Jackson Jenkins, Mila Leonard, and Riley Engel.
Well, I'm very satisfied again on these two bears. Let's give them a nice round of applause, this class. These are two functional, balanced type of bears, and it's really fun to judge those, and the kids have done a nice job. I think the real power hog certainly is the young man or the young lady right here. She wins this particular class. You get up on top of it again, and you look at the shape down its top, the expression there through the loin. It's in that the presence and the design and tall at the point of the shoulder, and just meets, again, a lot of the balances that I'm looking for. Really nice crossbred bear there on the top end. Here's one that's really flexible. Young man did a nice job of getting this one as presence in the ring. He doesn't open up as much. Does he have muscle? Absolutely. If he would have been in the class before, he certainly would have been a class winner. He just ran into some heat there in terms of true muscle shape, and look, the bear there in first. The bear here coming out in third is another bear that did have some power. Where we'd like to clean him up is down in the lower third. We want to give him a little fresher down through there. But one that is a power hog that comes at you with stoutness. He also wants to get a little straighter down from the knee to the surface and the straighter up through his shoulder. But he's probably got as big a top as our class winner, and he's got just as much behind. We just got to clean him up again on that lower third. The fourth place bear here coming out, not as stale, not as fresh, is heavy bone, big footed kind of a bear. Appreciate that. The young man's bear coming out does have a fresh, eye appealing. He doesn't square up on either end. He's lighter boned, lighter footed. We just need to correct him in those areas. As we get on down in the other class, gets a little more moderate for me in terms of the bears on top. Another good class of crossbred bears.
First place goes to Audrey Staggs. Second, Carter Hopkins. Third, Brooklyn McMullen. Fourth, Sabrina Patton. Fifth, Reese Simpson. We need all second place crossbred Barrows to the holding area for the lightweight show. All second place from classes 1 through 4 crossbred Barrows to the holding area.
Another nice crossbred bear is up here on the 10. I think the most logical for me that the most problem-free bear in the particular class, the young man's bear, did a terrific job in presentation. You get down and you study him, length of shoulder to the end of the neck, study the two. That's why he wins this class. Other than that, they're pretty identical in terms of their side profile, rib shape. The bear that wins the class is a little longer rump, so I think a nice one that'll fit the bill as we come back out here for your champion lightweight. The young lady's just done a tremendous job in showing her animals here, your gilts and your bears, and I really appreciate that. Again, I'd just like to lengthen him up, clean him up there through the front 2/3, give him a little more length to hip. But boy, a top shape, rib shape, all that, it comes in right to the top for me in an appropriate way. This is an interesting bear coming out here. Certainly he's not very heavy structured. We'd like to fix that. He's down and he's pastern. But boy, he's got a great profile from the side. He's got good blade shape. He goes away as you square. I still think I either had to land that one first. I put these two together. That's still a very good bear there landing in third. The bear coming out next, we just like to also change this one up through his front 2/3. He gets his angularity as he comes at you is not as good. We also got a pocket there, a lymph node that's swelling up on him. We need to change that about him. Also get behind him. We need to give him a little more flex than the Barrow. The black Barrow is still a production oriented. I really appreciate his youthfulness, his freshness, his soundness, just lack of muscle there. Then we get into one that's just a little more moderate. He's early maturing. As we look at this pig on down the road, he's not going to make the skeletal size as some of these bears here on top.
First place goes to Jackson Jenkins. Second, Milo Leonard. Third, Alyssa McMullen. Fourth, Owen Grayless. Fifth, Riley Engel. At this time, we'll show for champion lightweight crossbred Barrow. At this time, we need the fifth class of crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Again, that's going to be the fifth class crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Parker Grayless, Whitney Swain, Cooper Kelly, Alexis Kaufman, and Addison Crum.
Let's give your lightweight exhibitors a big round of applause. A nice crossbred lightweight shows you should be proud of here in Parke County. Well, I hope he was able to follow me. We talked about structure. We talked about foot size. We talked about having some rib shape, spread to the top, blades that are correct, soundness in feet and legs, and I'm real happy with all these. Then you get into a battle of what I call inches. You know, you come back out, and it's always nice to see them come back out because you almost get blind in a particular class because when you get on the top end, they're really good. Then you got to sort it down, and I'm real happy when I'm going to select your champion on the number of reasons why I think he wins champion. He's got the most look from the side. He's got the most length of neck. He's really good in his blade. You get behind him. Today, he's better in terms of his overall expansion through his stifle muscle, and you get behind him, he handles it extremely well. There's just a lot more product right now than the other Barrow, and that's why that one's going to win champion. Congratulations to her.
Just a reminder to everyone to please keep the holding area clear. The guys are trying to get a lot of kids in and out and holding several different kids back over for different classes. So if we could keep all the parents out of the holding areas.
We bring in your soundness, and I love the flexibility. This one just needs more time as well. Love if this gentleman takes it to Indiana State Fair or whatever. I think it's got better days. I'd love to have that one to play with for my girls at home. I like a lot of things. But, boy, we got to come back to one that I really liked in class, and certainly this one, if it's going to Indiana weather. I think today it's just not quite ready as the one that we use. But, boy, one that's really good crossbred bearing, in my opinion. The young lady here, number 239, will have your reserve champion lightweight.
Champion lightweight crossbred Barrow goes to Audrey Staggs. Reserve champion lightweight crossbred Barrow goes to Abby Staggs. At this time, we need the 6th class of advanced crossbred Barrows to the holding area. Ellie Staggs, McKinley Jenkins, Megan Wittenmeyer, Tegan Leonard, Trayton Burgess, and Lane Helderman.
We got one pretty unique up here on the top end. The young lady wins this particular division. And when we talk about this bear, if you want to see him go across the ring, look where that leg lands and look at the length of stride that this bear has got with a great big old heavy bone laid into him. You study him from the front part of his shoulder to the end of his nose, and he's got tremendous amount of look. He's really good out of his crest and head. He's really good in terms of long face and still have a skull, but a big-legged, big-ribbed kind of a bear that's got a massive top in him in this particular drive and handles extremely well. Taking nothing away from this young man here, I told him he's still got a really, really nice bear. This one's really tall-fronted. He's opened up. He's not a big at back, but I'll tell you what, this bear still wins a lot of classes in a lot of divisions for me. An outstanding bear there still laid in second. The bear here coming out third, he just run into two power hogs up here on the top end. He gets a little more cover down in the lower part of his third. He's a little shorter in his hip, and he's certainly not as long as strided. The next bear coming out is getting a little staler for me, not as fresh in this overall drive, but certainly got some muscle. And the young man's bear down here, the Berkshire Appearing Bear, just again need more total expression and run into that heat up on the top end. Thank you.
First place goes to Whitney Swain. Second, Parker Grayless. Third, Addison Crum. Fourth, Alexis Kaufman. Fifth, Cooper Kelly. At this time, we need the 7th class of advanced crossbred barrows to the holding area. Brody Jenkins, Aiden Nicholas, Catherine O'Brien, Nevaeh Franklin, Clayton Burgess, and Erica Clodfelder. Everyone on the southwest end of the barn, if you could get your windows opened back up. Again, everyone on the southwest and northwest, I guess, if we could open up the windows again to get some more airflow going back there now that it's let up. Again, all the windows opened up again on the barn.
We got some, again, pieces up in here, and this was, again, a little more challenging for me. Nothing just quite fell together. We've got some hips issues pretty well all down the line. I couldn't sort that out, but we're going to go with the one that has the massive top. He's big, he's heavy boned, he's big-legged. That's why we kept these two together. He comes at you with a tremendous amount of chest floor. There's a lot of product there up on top of that guy, and certainly still got a big old thick skull. I would, again, like to change how he comes out of that hip to the hind leg, and the same goes for the second. It's still, from a hip to hind leg, it's not perfect either, but one that fits the bill in terms of still having a big, heavy bone, big structured. He comes at you wide. He's not as massive up on his top, but he's certainly still got a lot of muscle. Here's the more best looking. I said best looking from the side pig, but he just runs out of structure. He gets real peaked for me from the knee down to the ground. He also, as I'd like to square him up, he gets a little angular where his feet land as he goes away from you. I just seen him a little more peaked up through the front and giving him more structure. Certainly we could run that one up higher. The next Barrow coming out, the white Barrow here, I just like to need to open him up through the front. If you study him, he also is down on his pasterns. I like the way he get behind him. He squares up. He's not as massive up through the front 2/3 as the Barrow we started the class with, but still a great, fresh appearing Barrow, still landing there in where he's landing. The next two Barrows coming out, again, big, tall fronted kind of a Barrows. We just get a little steeper in their hip and little need to fix their structure from the last pig on down. Congratulations, nice crossbred Barrow class.
First place goes to Trayton Burgess. Second, McKinley Jenkins. Third, Ellie Staggs. Fourth, Tegan Leonard. Fifth, Lane Helderman. At this time, we need the 8th class of advanced crossbred barrows to the holding area. Owen Rollison, Dennis Cottrell, Annie Cottrell, Addison Jenkins, Hadley McPike, Mylan Organ.
Once they get here about 75% through the crossbred barrows, let's give the guys another round of applause here for, again, helping everybody get these pigs in and out. They're working really, really hard. Give them a nice big round of applause. It makes it go real well, so really appreciate that. We got one here that I think wins this class pretty easily. This one here, I think the young man may not know, hey, he got a barrow. He's got a good smile on his face. I think this one here, he comes and meets again those balances I'm talking about. He's got a great look from the side. Got a great big top laid in him. He's good structured. Might want to clean him up on the lymph node just a hair. He's got a little bit of swelling there. It's not bad. I'm not picking on that. That's a slight, but one powerful kind of hog. Here's another well-balanced, again, production-oriented kind of hog. He's very sound and flexible. He just doesn't have the near amount of muscle and the look that the barrow that started the class with. Here's one that is heavier muscled. He gets a little drier in his rib. He's not as full there through his heart girth and his rib cage, but one that's got some bone. He's not as sound and as flexible as the two barrows, but we just need to give him a little more fill in this drive. Another barrow here that's tall fronted, big top, kind of a hog. Also, we just need to clean him up in the lower, the front 2/3, fix him there on the hind leg as he goes away from you. As we round out the class, we got some that just need to balanced up through their top line. Here's a little higher top pig. The white appearing barrow, we just need opened up at the blade, give him a little more flexibility there as he goes away from you.
First place goes to Clayton Burgess. Second, Aiden Nicholas. Third, Catherine O'Brien. Fourth, Brody Jenkins. Fifth, Nevaeh Franklin.
We got a nice class winner. This one, again, just really balanced it up. I mean, the young man's doing a great job presenting and showing this pig, but you really don't even have to hardly lay a whip on this one. I mean, just floats across the weed. He's got enough mass. He balances up really well. Again, my kind of Barrow that really looks good in this drive. The Barrow here that's a massive, this is one of those ones that, in my opinion, just too much muscle. You just can't handle it. You get behind him, he's outside him. I'd like to have seen this particular Barrow probably about a month and a half ago. I think he would have looked a lot better, but certainly he's a powerful hog. He just can't handle it in this position. But boy, still with that kind of power, you got to steep him up here on the top end. The young lady's Barrow coming out next is another Barrow that certainly appreciate from a design standpoint and good muscle, but he just run into two more power up there on the top of him. The two black Barrows resemble themselves in terms of good production type Barrows. We just need to give them more muscle expression than the ones on top. We round out the class with a long body, big frame, just gets narrower down at the ground base.
Lightweight crossbred Barrow, please return up to Audrey Staggs and Abby Staggs for our final.
Let's give your crossbred heavyweight division a big round of applause. Nice set. Specifically up here, you had 2 or 3 deep. I think you had a really nice, again, heavyweight crossbred. We get into some differences out here, but I think in their particular classes, you know, we'll talk about each one of them. We talked about this heavy, one of the heavier end hogs here. Certainly love his design, love his amount of shape that he's got. Certainly maybe, again, just a little particular. You might want to clean him up in that lymph node ever so slightly, but one that's really powerful and certainly appreciate. The Barrow here is a big top, big structured kind of a hog. He was in that class. We kind of had to sort through a little bit harder, but I'd like to fix him ever so slightly, how he comes out of that hip and the hind leg. And then you got two that matchup. The young man's here is a really nice kind of a Barrow that's got power from end to end. He maybe don't balance up quite as well, maybe, and his top line is not as powerful this one. And then you got a Barrow here that is just flat floating around this ring. If you study this one from the standpoint going away from you and where that hind leg plants and how big of a step that he takes out of it, he's got tremendous amount of look from the side. His ear and head setting, we talked about that. His blades opened up. I think a powerful kind of hog that I got to continue to use up here on the top end. The young lady will have your champion crossbred. We bring in that second place, and he offers some rib shape. We'd like to change him a little bit in terms of where his pasterns land and give him a little taller at the point of his shoulder. I think it comes down to the gray hog and this hog, the belted hog. And I guess the one that fits my bill, just in flexibility, joint, everything's good on him, and still a really nice hog. He got beat by a powerhouse, but this is a really nice hog. He'll be your reserve champion crossbred. Congratulations. Well, out here for champion crossbred, I'm very, very pleased with the two Barrows we got from the standpoint of having that look from the side, and certainly very adequate in terms of their balance and rib shape and everything. But we got one that's just a little more ready, I think, today. I don't know how this one down the road in terms of whether we go to the Indiana State Fair and versus this other one. But boy, one big back, big, great look to this Barrow. This one here will be your champion crossbred. Congratulations to her. We talked about that second bear in class, and certainly one that's stout. I love the way he comes at you, and I love the way he goes away from you. I think still an outstanding bear. I got to come back to the young ladies, 240, 250 pound. I really like this bear. His spread up through his top, I think that's a really good one. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations, both exhibitors. Great, nice set of bears.
The heavyweight crossbred champion Barrow goes to Whitney Swain. Reserve champion was Owen Rollison. And the overall crossbred Barrow goes to Whitney Swain. Trophy sponsored by Brian Helderman family. Reserve champion crossbred Barrow goes to Audrey Staggs. Trophy sponsored by Dr. Donna McVeigh family chiropractic. We will start the grand drive at 7 p.m. Therefore, we will start the grand drive at 7, following the set schedule. Everybody can have a little bit of a break, and we'll see you back at 7. At this time, you can start bringing all of your champion barrows to the holding area. We're going to need the beginning barrow, Berkshire Barrow, Chester, Duroc, Hamp, Hereford, Landrace, Poland China, Spot, Tamworth, York, and the overall cross barrow.
We've also had a phone turned in up here at the table that someone found. If you do turn the phone on, there's a little baby on the wallpaper. So if you've lost your cell phone, come up here to the table.
Also, please have all of your reserve champions up at the holding area. Again, all reserve champions for each breed, each class up at the Also, please have all champion county breds that are not in the ring at this time, have them ready. Again, all champion county breds that are not in the ring at this moment, have them ready to head this way when called.
Everybody you can go ahead and let them rest here. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, I got a few things I'd like to say. I know you guys have a 2-day show, and I think it made it nice to maybe be a little more relaxing. And as I review things, we started the day with the Guilt Show, and I was excited. I told you about how I wanted the particular guilts, what I kind of emphasized, but I also said, it was number one, it was about the kids. And I said it over and over, and I've done different county fairs, but all of your kids are excellent. And in terms of their attitude and how they came out here, and I know I went home last night, I remember some of the kids just telling me little things, and those are the things about a county fair that you don't forget. And let's give we did this last night. I'm gonna ask it again, okay? I had fun with this, but I don't care if anybody's out in the fairgrounds or whatever, and all the kids that came in and competed, all their families back here in the back, these kids, I know we always want to be in, we have a chance to win, but we got less people here, but I want it louder. I'm going to have a countdown, and we talked about what these kids are going to mean if they've got work ethic, okay, and they get into their career and they continue that work ethic. There is nobody going to touch these kids on what opportunities, again, are going to follow. I can tell you, the 4-H was the best thing, a part of my life. I met my best man because I was in pigs. I met my wife. There are just so many things, good things, but we always want to keep one thing in mind. Do it right, make good friends, and always do it right, and continue to do it and make decisions yourself. We rely on other people, but get in that position where you can make decisions yourself, and you will grow into that person that'll have tremendous opportunities. So on a countdown of 3. And we're going to give a really loud for all the people and the families that put into this. And I also want to say part of this explosion of applause is you look at all the people that coordinated this. Matt and his group, you had the association. There's a lot of things. You got a beautiful building. You got great ventilation. It's a great arena. You've got a lot of good things going here in Parke County. So 3, 2, 1. Good. Well, again, I really appreciate being a come. I told you at the beginning, I've had a lot of culture down here between growing up in Putnam County, and it comes back to the same kind of memories that these kids, and we never forget, I talked about it, and I want to bring it up again, what a county fair means. I said that we have a lot of jackpot shows. We want to encourage people to go to those jackpot shows. And we want to encourage at national shows. But don't forget about your county. The county fair is very, very important, and we want to continue to develop that because that is where your long-term friendships and your traditions and your cultures will remain. So let's go ahead and get these bearers. I just wanted to tell you, I hope you see what I tried to do in the class, and I tried to select structure. I tried to select some look. I talked about spread up across their top. I talked about balance, and I think we've got one out here, and I'm going to go out and select it that, people use creature, people use whatever they want to use, but this one doesn't have a bad joint in its body. It's got tremendous amount of muscle shape. It's got tremendous amount of spread to that top. It's got tremendous amount of flexibility. We talked about rib shape, and it's got that look. So I'll go out and select your grand, then we'll talk a little bit here on your reserve. We bring in that second crossbred in terms of that division. I think this one will continue to get better, and it continues to put the heat in here on this competition. And I'll just make my last comments here, and then we're going to select your reserve. I'll shake the hand, then I'll just continue to go down in your top 5. And I want to thank everybody again for having me, and I truly enjoyed it. And good luck again for all your rest of the year. Thank you.
Grand champion Barrow goes to Whitney Swain. Banner sponsored by Marshall Feed and Grain. Reserve Grand Champion goes to Stormy Swain. Banner sponsored by Purple Ribbon Seats. Third overall goes to Bethany Wilson. Banner sponsored by Newnham Farms. Fourth overall goes to Audrey Staggs. Banner sponsored by Newnham Farms. Daniel and Jenna Newnham. Fifth overall goes to Madison Lewis. Banner sponsored by Newnham Farms. Daniel and Jenna Newnham. Your Grand Champion County Bred goes to Bethany Wilson. County Bred by Old Oak Show Pigs, Hartman family. Sorry about that. County Bred by Riley Sunderman. Banner sponsored by Matt and Jill Helderman family. And the Reserve Grand Champion County Bred goes to Madison Lewis. Banner sponsored by Jason and Jill Ferguson. County Bred by Woods Brothers. Also, just a reminder as everybody's leaving, if you could, please double check and grab trash. I know we had several in here having to pick up bottles and everything that didn't quite make it to the trash cans last night. So if you could, just please double check.